morning to everybody. I'm Ryan here alongside Drew, and we got Ben in here as well. This is going to be a start of a little bit of coverage of the lake effect snow event that is currently ongoing in western and also northern Michigan areas. So before we get started here, let's go ahead and pop the chat out, and we're going to go ahead and basically four boxes here so you guys can watch Drew and Ben's streams here. So current locations, Ben is in Calhoun County near Battle Creek, and then Drew is in the Grand Rapids South area near the. He just told me this too. I already forgot it. I think he's near like the Byron Center area. If I'm wrong about that, Drew, correct me. But overall, this system so far has been on track many areas across West Michigan in the 3 to 4 inch range this morning. If you guys are in chat here, go ahead and drop your snow totals that you have this morning. If you went out and measured or estimate, I'm curious how much you guys have in terms of where you're at as well. So one thing that we're not seeing currently with this system is one dominant feeder band or a fire hose band, we call it. So far, it's remained pretty much scattered. So instead of having one dominant band, we're getting a little bit wider of an area of accumulation. So that may impact the highest totals just a bit, probably knock them down a few inches, unless we can get a band to set up and start dominating throughout the day, which is still a possibility. Even the models still say it's going to happen, but I think the accumulations here across Southwest Michigan have remained pretty isolated, not isolated, but more widespread and a little bit less subdued in nature here. So that's Southwest Michigan. Going further north here, we do have lake effect up there in northern lower as well as the UP, and that just continues to dominate up here. So basically, the exact same areas we forecasted here for the advisory and the warning areas. That's going to continue to be ongoing all day today, and also up here in the UP, up by Marquette, that's going to be a continuation as well throughout the day. So on track, everything is happening as we expect it. There's just one minor difference here, and that's we don't have a main band here in Southwest Michigan, which is making accumulations more widespread than expected. So let's go ahead and pop out the chat. We got Craig, Susan, or Suzanne, sorry, Chris, Judy, Emily, April, Richard. Just measured 3 inches in Wayland, Forest Hills, Kentwood area, 2 to 3 inches. Okay, so it looks like you guys are waking up about 2 or 3. And this system has many more hours to go. So that's, I'm going to say, a positive sign that the forecast so far is on track, because I believe the forecast we had out for today was, go ahead and pull it up here for you guys. And I'm just waking up here too, if you guys can't tell. So I'm gonna get going as we get further into the day. So we had a 5 to 12 zone there for Kentwood, Grand Rapids area. So that's looks like it's gonna verify here. With already got 3 inches on the ground. So let's go ahead and take a little bit of a dual screen here while I get my models pulled up. So Drew is in the South Grand Rapids area, and we also got Ben in the Calhoun County area. We're going to let these guys roll their cameras most all morning here while they're out and about. We'll be here in the background, but I just wanted to pop on and give you guys the update here. Let's go over the model here while I pop this in. Switch my screen here. There we go. So looking at the future cast on the latest models, we're going to pop out our composite reflectivity and go ahead and take this back here. So current expectations throughout the day. Now, this model is the best at handling these snow squalls, these lake effect events. These lake effect snow showers will continue all throughout the day here, especially up there in northern lower the UP. And I don't know if it's just me looking at this for the first time this morning, but I don't really notice anything dominant happening down here anymore. Like up here, we have these really thick bands up there. Now, those are your really heavy, lake effect snow squalls. Whereas down here, it's more just isolated snow showers. So nothing organizes down here that I'm noticing that was shown on models. As we move through the day, though, it's going to continue to snow, and that will accumulate as it does so. So going to the winter precip here to kind of get an idea of accumulations throughout the day. The model isn't an exact idea, but this is in addition to what is fallen. As we move this through, let's go ahead and put it through sunset tonight. Let's go ahead and do midnight tonight. We're seeing a couple areas here of additional in Southwest Michigan. We're going to say 2 to 6 up there in northern lower, an additional 3 to 8 plus. Then up there in the UP, additional 4 to 8, potentially 10 plus inches of snow. So that's through the end of the day today. So in addition to what you guys have, you're going to get probably anywhere from 2 to 6, 2 to 8 up there further north, additional accumulation. So it's just technically we can say just getting started for the day, even though we already have a few inches on the ground for a lot of you guys. Another thing we can bring up here is the MDOT drive map. Last night we had a multi-car pileup on US 131 just south of the Grand Rapids city. And this morning, if you zoom out here, all these little red exclamation points are accidents. When I first hopped down, we had about 15 or 16 accidents across South Central Michigan. I didn't even look at further north. I'm assuming it's less populated up there, so you're not going to have as many accidents. But still, road conditions are pretty bad out there. Even on the east side, we're noticing that the snow has made it a little bit further east than expected this morning. Some of you guys up in Washtenaw and Wayne counties, perhaps Livingston as well, waking up to 2, 3 inches on the ground. So these snow squalls are dumping, and they are moving inland. It's just a matter of how far they can move and if they can stay in these areas to accumulate more than expected. But we have plenty of plows out there from MDOT, so that's no problem this morning. Let's go ahead and take back our full 4 panel look here. Looks like Ben's in a nice squall there. Appreciate you guys hopping on. Lansing area, if the latest models are any indication, would be concerned for an inch or two today, but it appears that the main band may stay to your south. Go ahead and pull radar back up here. So the model here, if we can actually kind of overlay the model, I believe I'm gonna try to do this. We're gonna go for model, not model. So I need model data. It's up here. We're gonna roll H triple R, and let's see if they gives us a winter accumulation. It should. It gives us a 10 to 1 ratio. That's, I guess, okay. We want a different ratio because it's much higher than 10 to 1 today. But there is an idea of some accumulations. The heaviest stays right to your south there of Lansing, but still you have dusting or so, or perhaps an inch up there by Lansing. It's just the heaviest is going to be between Kalamazoo and you, uh, right along the just north of 94. Looks like if we were to inspect that, it says Lansing 1 or 2 inches down here, but the main band here we're getting 5 plus in this band. So winter weather advisories remain in effect. I have it overlaid here. There's two colors. There's pink. Pink is winter storm warnings, and then the purple around the pink is going to be your winter weather advisories. So the advisories are just a step below winter storm warning criteria. Most of the advisories that are issued are for 2 to 5 plus inches of snow, and the winter storm warnings up north are for, I believe, almost a foot or two of snow. Cliff says Washtenaw County has a dusting right now. Now, I've seen some pictures from Washtenaw County that suggested a couple inches. The roads were completely covered. I couldn't see the grass. So there are some locations in Wayne and Washtenaw counties that do have quite a few inches of snow on the ground. YouTube is just a black screen. I don't see that. I'm watching on YouTube as a stream right now. It's not black. Steven, where you at? I know up north in the UP and by like the Gaylord areas, you guys up there got hit pretty hard the past couple of days with the snow. So I'm not surprised you got multiple inches over the past couple of days. Yeah, here in Lenawee County, you can see my camera there, bottom right. You can't really see. Looks like it might be frozen, perhaps. Um, Trying to tell if it's frozen. I might need to go fix that real quick. But only a dusting here. So I'm gonna go pop open and try and fix that. I'm not sure if that's frozen. It looks like it is. But you're gonna stay with me. My audio will be on. I just gotta go fix that. Yeah, it's frozen. Let's try to restart this. And of course, doesn't want to start. It's working, it's just not connecting. Devin says 2 inches in Fenville. Yeah, for some reason my GoPro is not going to connect to this. It says it's connected, but it's just not popping on. I'm going to restart it. That might work. Fingers are crossed. Drew is in South Grand Rapids, South Kent County area.
Snowfall rates are starting to pick up where I'm at, Ryan. I will say, guys, that usually if basically what I've been noticing mostly in Southwest Kent County and parts of Ottawa County, whenever it's not snowing, the plows have been doing a pretty good job at keeping up, causing the roads to be more kind of slushy, not near as frozen over. But ever since I've entered this lake effect snow band here, that's more dominant in southern Kent County, the roads have been completely ice overed. So doesn't mean if you have a half inch of snow or hardly any snow, that doesn't mean the roads aren't slick. And last night, kind of right before midnight, kind of proved that on US 131.
Yeah, for those unfamiliar, we had at least a 15 car pile up on 131 last night, plus additional accidents all throughout the metro. So definitely not a ideal situation. But again, first snowfall of the year, people forget how to drive. It seems like Unfortunately, that's how it goes. How many inches in Kalamazoo? I don't have any reports on Kalamazoo this morning. I'm going to guess probably an inch or two. If anybody in chat has reports, that'd be great. And I think my GoPro is just not going to cooperate today. I'm actually going to reset this briefly and see if I can just figure it out real quick.
Of course, the one park I want to go to is closed right now. I was planning to do a snowfall accumulation there, and now I have to figure out where to go.
Yeah, this GoPro is just not going to cooperate today. It says it's connected, it's just not connecting to the streaming software. Yeah, Jennifer, I'd head out early. I know the east side. It depends on where you're at, really. I know there's some accidents
Hey
up
Ryan,
in.
we got a car in the ditch here. We got a police officer on it that's right on the left side of the stream right here. Person's all right. Better show this to you guys here. He's
Ouch.
okay. Vehicle seems to be okay as well, so that's good news.
Good. But yeah, if you're in the Detroit metro, I know where I'm at down here, the roads are okay, but just a few miles north of me, the roads are like being reported as ice. So it's very spotty in East Michigan this morning. So I would definitely plan ahead until you know what you're dealing with. I know the drive map that we have shows moderate traffic speeds throughout, but there are some areas that are showing up as red. So do take it easy out there, no matter where you're at in Michigan. Trying to restart this one more time. I'm determined to get this thing to work.
Another accident right here. That guy had to pull. Cops on it. Looks like he's got covered, but that dude sideswiped a pole. Briefly show this here.
Yikes.
Come on. Start accelerating car. That's two accidents, guys, in the span of 2 minutes.
I'm sure our law enforcement and fire departments are out there busy this morning. If I had to guess.
Oh, for sure.
Hey,
Seen
we're
a lot of
back.
plows.
I got it working.
Nice.
And now I can return back to my comfy chair.
I'm gonna try to do a snow measurement here.
All right, let's back to regularly scheduled programming. Wait, is it frozen again? Okay, there it goes. I was gonna say, it didn't freeze again, did it? Tomorrow, Scott, will be a little bit less the way impactful. Snowfall is expected to taper off tomorrow morning at the latest. Just some scattered snow showers after that. Today will be the worst for falling snow. We could still see some blowing snow tomorrow. Definitely a possibility there. But today's gonna be the worst for falling snow. So taking a peek at radar here while Drew is out and taking a measurement. So the heaviest snow currently throughout the state, basically the entire southwest side of Michigan getting at least some snow showers. Some heavier bands in here, one in Berry County, one northern Calhoun County where Ben's at. And then further north here, the heaviest bands I want to say continue to be further north here by Petoskey. This is expected to. Northern Michigan seems to get the best snow squalls. But over here by Otsego Lake, these are just going to feed pretty much all day up here. Then further north in the UP, most likely the heaviest of everything is going to be up here with the UP. Yeah, that's a pretty potent band there. This is what we're talking about. This is a pretty organized snow band. There are two of them actually. That's what we're that's what we are expecting to happen in Southwest Michigan that we're not currently seeing. So we go back down here to compare. We're just seeing mostly just scattered, some heavier pockets, but no like real thin band that the models were showing, for example. So that will lead to probably lighter accumulations, but perhaps more widespread accumulations as well.
Got about 2 or 3 inches here, just east of Byron Center. So been
Okay.
getting about 2 to 4 inches roughly. Just kind of shows how scattered these snow bands are. Currently going to get hit by a heavier band here, probably in about 5 minutes here. You can see it on probably Ryan's radar right there. Just southwest of Wyoming and Jenison. That band is heading right towards me, I believe. It's heading southeast, just east of Byron Center right now.
Byron Center, if I'm not mistaken, Drew, is right off 131. There it is right there. I was going to say,
Yep.
I'm close to it. It's just not on the map.
Yep. Just short of US 131, actually. And that's where those two accidents happened as well, right around the Byron Center area. So roads are definitely slick out. Are you seeing my spotter dot, Ryan, or is
I
it
have
not
that
going
layer
through?
turned. I have it turned off for now,
Cool.
but I know where you're at, though, just as a reference. But yeah, we want to see for the heavy lake effect bands, we want to see these really thin snow squalls take shape. That's a perfect example of one up there in the UP by Sault Ste. Marie. So up there in Sault Ste. Marie, you guys are probably going to get the forecasted several inches here, perhaps 1 or 2 inch per hour rates up there in the UP. But further south here, let's go ahead and check to see what Gaylord looks like on this radar. So you've got some a little bit more of the way of organized bands here. We can see the individual. There's one there. I can actually draw today. One there, one there, one there. So they're organized further north, but for some reason not really organizing further south at this point. Drew would be in the heaviest area along with Ben. Ben's in northern Calhoun County, just north of Battle Creek over here. So he's uh, his location. Let's see if it says. Yep, he's actually in Battle Creek, it says. So he is also in the heaviest area or the heaviest band of snow here currently in southwest Michigan. Let's go ahead and turn Radar Omega back on here. And let's go ahead and take a zoomed out look, animate this, and also turn our spotter dots on so we can keep an eye on where these guys are. Yep, there he is. There's Drew. I don't see Ben's dot, but he's in Battle Creek on his stream. It says where he's at. So one of our other partner chasers, Aaron, is also looks like either on the highway or active currently, just north of Drew. Yeah, I tried the GoPro. Like I woke up this morning, I had no internet. I had to stream scheduled for 7, no internet, forced me to kind of reset everything. And it's just been a technology. Uh, what's the word I'm looking for? It's been one of those malfunctioning mornings. I see a couple questions here about certain roads. So let's go ahead and pop out the MDOT drive map. So this is actually a public tool you guys can hop on yourselves as well anytime you want to. Just as reference, I'm not saying you guys should or I'm not trying to divert you, but this is also something you guys can look at yourselves anytime you want to. It's called the MDOT drive map. It does have road flows. You can tell green, yellow, red, a bunch of cameras there as well. So if you're like, well, I need to go to Kalamazoo to Grand Rapids on 131, how does it look? Well, there's a couple cameras, a couple plows there to take a peek at. Just click the camera and you get an idea for road conditions all throughout. So there's a shot at 131. We have some snow plows there as well going further north. Looks like it's just mainly clear with a little bit of snow on it. Probably a little bit icy as well in spots, I can imagine. They also got the MDOT drivers out there that they're all named. This one's Plowder Puff. Looks like some snow-covered roads there on 131. But you can click on these, get an idea of what the roads are like, where these guys are at, and also where the cameras are at on the drive map, which is a really cool tool. But on top of that, you take all those layers off, you can get an idea of what roads are actually flowing and what roads are not. So, for example, Lansing area looks mostly okay, just some slow spots there. But if you go over here to the west side, you can tell Grand Rapids is slow. Uh, you know, 94 here is slow through Kalamazoo. 131 is pretty much slow all the way up. Just get an idea of where the slowest conditions on the roads are. So it's pretty cool tool. Will we be here all day? A continuous radar stream will likely go all day. Yes, I will not be here on stream all day. I'm just here while the guys are out and about, letting them do their thing, controlling the back end of stuff, letting them in, bringing them full, stuff like that. But overall, we're not going to be live the entire day. No. Snow chasing and snow coverage is not as pressing, exciting, or threatening than severe weather is. So I don't want to bore you guys all day, but we'll definitely leave our stream up here for our chasers who are going to be out and about today. So let's go ahead and take the radar back here. I'm focusing heavily on Southwest Michigan just because our population, our viewership is 80-90% down here. But if you guys live further north, you have questions up there, feel free to drop it in chat. We do cover further north. We're not ignoring you guys. Just mainly our population, our viewership is 90% in the south part of the state, south central part of the state. That's how it goes too with Michigan, though. We're pretty populated further south, and further north is pretty isolated in nature. What's up, Fordo? So the worst, I'm going back here in chat. Somebody asked a question: was the worst supposed to be today versus last night? So, looking at models yesterday, I'd say between 3 a.m. and about 5 p.m. today was the worst. But for some reason, the models had a really dominant snow band that kind of came stretched like right about this area, which is why we had the 5 to 12 contour in our forecast for today. But so far, we haven't seen that dominant band develop. It's just more so scattered snow showers all throughout. So if we don't get that dominant band, today will likely just be light to moderate snow across a wide area. We'll likely still get to the lower end of the forecast that we made, but without that main dominant band, it's going to be hard to get the higher end totals today. So between now and 5 p.m., I'd still say is the worst. After that, it should start slowing down, especially as we get into the overnight hours tomorrow morning. They'll really start slowing down. But let's just see if we can get a feeder band to develop and see if that starts dumping some prolific snow rates. Map says it's snowing here and it's not. So that's not uncommon. And the reason for that is radar beams are up in the atmosphere. So it could be snowing 3, 4, 5, 6,000 feet up there. But sometimes there's dry layers in the low parts of the atmosphere, and there's just a lot of things that could go into making it not snow at the surface. So that's not uncommon at all. It usually happens though at the beginning of snow events when the snow like first starts moving in. It has to saturate the atmosphere before it actually starts reaching the ground. So your radar could say it's snowing, but it may not be snowing for a little while yet. So that's normal. How are the conditions around 94, 131? Pop out the drive map here real quick. Take a peek. 94, 131. I'd say moderate to slow going. Looking at the cameras right at 94, 131, looks like it's mostly clear on the roads with just a little bit of snow coverage in places. Again, I'm not, it could be icy. I can't tell if it's icy or if it's just wet. I can't tell that, but I can tell you it's not snow covered. The overall traffic pattern, I will bring this up here to show you the overall traffic pattern in that area though is slow going. We see a lot of orange, yellow, and perhaps some reds there too. But looking at the map itself, that stream's not available. But 94 in Oakland, mostly just clear roads here. But it could be icy still, so don't discount that. Penny says about 5 inches is still snowing. Where are you at, Penny? I'm in Marshall. We barely got any snow. Not snowing now. Yeah, you're on the very southern edge of this snow squall here. Marshall is it's kind of scattered to isolated nature. You'll get some snow here soon. The radar does say it is snowing there in Marshall, but again, not always the case. Sometimes you'll get those false returns. Bob says Downriver's getting snow right now. Yeah, check that out. Some pretty heavy snow bands, or honestly, some pretty decent snow bands over here. Livingston County getting snow, Wayne, Washtenaw. Let's go ahead and see what it looks like on. Yeah, this is it's not rain, it is snow, but you can definitely tell where the heaviest snow is falling. So, good thing about having airport radar, you can definitely tell these snow squalls where they're heaviest. Brighton up here along 96. So, I 96, just north of Livonia to about Fowlerville there. Definitely some heavier snow there. Also, further south here, looking at Belleville, south of Belleville, Carlton and Monroe County there, New Boston, Huron, Charter Township, even downriver there. There's your downriver area. Some definitely some good returns here for some snowfall. Let's go ahead and try and find some traffic cameras over there and see what it looks like out of curiosity. I'm curious now if we can bring up the drive map. Let's go ahead and take a stroll east. And we got some accidents over here too. Let's go ahead and take a peek at some of these. You can definitely tell it's snowing away. We'll see if we can't get a camera on one of these accidents. Of course, camera's unavailable. You can tell it's a definitely a heavier band of snow over there. You can tell. You can see it in the air. Let's go north up here to 96. Looks like it's slow going through Brighton here. From Howell to Brighton, looks like it's slow the entire way. It's all orange and yellow here. Oh yeah, check that out. That's 96 there. That's a main highway. It's becoming snow covered pretty quickly for these plows. So 96 definitely probably one of the worst conditions on the east side currently. I'd had to assume. Anyway, back to stream here, popping radar back out. Thank you. This is the name that came up last time that I couldn't pronounce. Lelu Doublefly. If I butchered that, I'm sorry. Thank you for the 5 gift memberships. Appreciate your support. Welcome to the team, those you just got gift memberships. Let's go ahead and dual screen Drew in the radar here.
I'm about to head north here on Clyde Park Avenue, I believe. No, yeah, into this heavier snow band that's probably just a few miles to my north right now. Been
Yep,
having a
you're
hard
gonna drive
time.
right into it.
Yeah.
So we can actually bring this up full here. So Drew is this nice little green dot right here. Hi, Drew. Wave to the camera. And the heaviest
Well,
snow, the heaviest snow is up here along M6 North Byron, heading toward Drew in this direction. So he's going to drive north, and he's going to try and get into the heaviest snow band here. So let's go ahead and take him back and dual screen him. And you can tell their roads out there are definitely snow covered. Take it easy. We've been pushing this all last night, all morning this morning. Please drive safely. Black Friday shopping, a lot of people on the roads. They're not in good condition out there. Alex says, got about 2 inches here in Northeast Jackson County. Go get official measurement in a minute. So, yeah, that sounds about right.
visibility is rapidly dropping. I can definitely see it up ahead here. We'll see what happens with visibility, but these roads are completely ice covered. I can hear it with the sound of my tires.
We had Jackson in the 2 to 4 zone, so that looks like it's already verified the low end of our call there. Pam says, waking up to a dusting or woke up to a dusting. Where you at, Pam? If you guys are going to drop your reports in here, a location would be awesome as well. Appreciate everybody who's dropping in the stream here. It is 7:59 this morning. You can tell the intensity is picked up there a little bit on Drew's camera.
Ron, is that
Heather
DBZ?
said, oh, sorry,
Are those DBZ values in the 30s or are they getting close to 40 just north of me?
35, 34, 34 is what I'm getting.
Okay.
Maybe a 35. Oh, I got 140, 41 DBZ just north of Byron there, North Byron.
Okay. These are big flakes, guys.
Heather says going Black Friday shopping changed my mind. Or are you asking me to change your mind? 1 inch in Holland. So Holland being immediately on the lakeshore areas, I may see a little bit less of accumulation, but you'll be getting more here. Looking at the radar, we got plenty of snow coming your way. Mark says around 3 inches northwest Cass County near Sister Lakes. Thank you, Mark, for that. Richland, 3 inches of snow. Looks like the low end is going to verify here pretty early on in the day. So it looks like the forecast I would say is on track for the 5 to 12 we called for Southwest Michigan from roughly 94 north to Grand Rapids. So that's roughly looks to verify. Looks like we have a special weather statement now over here that Detroit Pontiac has issued. Yeah, that's turned into a pretty heavy band here. So Eastsiders, this is a little bit, I'm not gonna say unexpected, but a little bit heavier band than expected. From roughly Fowlerville all the way down to Detroit Metro, all along 96 here. So if you guys are traveling 96 between those areas or anywhere between US 23 north south there, who else we got here? What road is this? 275 north south, M5, 696. I just definitely be alert here. This is actually a pretty decent snow band on the east side of Michigan that could drop a few inches for those affected. Let's go ahead and animate that for you. It's moving more so east southeast here. So this is heading into Detroit city in the next couple of minutes. In fact, I'm going to get a post out on the page about that just because that is moving into a it's already in a fairly populated area. So I don't want people to be caught off guard here. It's a little bit heavier than expected. So give me a few while I get a post up on the page, guys. About 3 inches in Kentwood. That sounds about what we're getting. And yeah, those flakes just got pretty big there on Drew Stream.
Good news is that's not too windy. Otherwise, the visibility would be a whole lot lower.
All right. Post is out. Richland, 3 inches of snow. So it looks like most people in West Michigan are reporting about 2 to 3 inches of snow this morning. And snow will continue throughout the day. Again, we're waiting in anticipation that we could get a brighter band or a more dominant band of snow. So far, it's just been pretty scattered all throughout. There's no big dominant band like the models have said. So if we don't get that big dominant band, we're not going to have the higher end totals that we forecasted. Uh, Models are still showing additional accumulations in that zone from roughly Grand Rapids over to Lansing, down to about Jackson, back toward Kalamazoo. This box right here, still forecasted to have an additional 4 to 6 plus today. But if that verifies, we'll have to keep an eye on that and just the models are really trying to pick up on another band taking shape, which hasn't taken shape yet. So I'm kind of concerned that we may not see that band take shape overall today. Again, further north, we're not ignoring you guys. It's just more of the population center who's watching is further south. Lake effect snow up there continues. It will continue. Excuse me. It is pretty heavy in some spots. just north of Roscommon, from Otsego Lake to Roscommon, looks like the heaviest band currently. And then further north into the UP, it's hard in the UP because it's happening. It's just you really can't see it because of the radar location. But the heaviest snow band currently that I see is in Sault Ste. Marie, off of the Canadian radar. And if you live up there in Sault Ste. Marie, you're going to get dumped on. There's just no way around it. We're talking probably 2 feet of snow by the time this system is done by Tuesday. Let's go ahead and dual pane radar and Drew here as well.
Just exited the snow band. You can see breaks in the clouds here.
Drew is in Jenison, that particular Kentwood Jenison area, just south of Grand Rapids. Thank you, Cindy, for the $20 super chat. It says dusting of snow in Augusta Township. Thank you, Cindy, for that. Appreciate your continued support. Cody says cold water about an inch or less on pavement. Yeah, the further east you go, the less you're going to have. That's for sure.
I'm gonna quick check radar here and try to make a game plan on where I want to go next.
Okay. One thing that I always hate about winter or just cold weather in general is dry air. I do not do well with dry air. So I have to get my vaporizer going here and get my room nice and humidified. Terry says dusting Dearborn Heights. Heading from Cadillac to Indianapolis, going through Grand Rapids, good idea or not? So I can answer that two ways. It's going to snow basically the entire way down for you. That's a route that's in the heart of the lake effect snow. Although right now the accumulations are not heavy, it's not going to be impassable or impossible to travel. But given the fact we've had multiple accidents along 131 last night, this morning, there's so many accidents out there currently. If you're going to make that trip, please be careful. You could drive the safest you could ever drive, but people around you may not. So it will be typical winter in Michigan where we're going to have those risks, yes. But as long as you're smart and careful, you should be okay as long as people around you behave. Penny says, do the donut to Drew. What are the wind speeds? Wind speeds currently are pretty calm in the lower peninsula. Up north in the UP, we could see some gusts today to 25, 30 miles per hour up there. But right now, winds are calm further south. About 3 inches in Paw Paw. About an inch in Owasso.
Hey Ryan,
Mm-hmm.
don't want to draw all the attention to West Michigan, but I'm kind of watching one of the bands that is just southwest of me. There seems to be two bands right next to each other in southern Ottawa and southern Kent, and then there's another one in northern Allegan. I'm noticing that northern band in southern Ottawa and southern Kent is moving a little bit quicker to the south than the band next to it to the south. I'm kind of curious if those bands will combine here shortly. So probably going to check out northeast Allegan County. So that's probably my game plan right now. So just want to let you guys know about that.
Okay. Anyone in Clare County with any news? So no chasers up there today. We have all of our chasers down further south. Most of them are staying local, close to home, just due to the nature and the conditions of traffic, stuff like that. So, Clare County, currently further north, though, we do have that. We do have snow. Hold on, my chat just completely decided to die. So let me pop out YouTube chat here. Yep. So Clare County's up there on the very edge of snow. Not expecting too much for you over there. You're kind of in that middle zone, so to speak, but could still see some snow showers there. Assume you're going to get snow, if not already getting snow showers, but accumulation should stay to your north and to your west. Let's check on Detroit over here. That pretty dominant snow band continues to move into the metro. The statement says a snow squall was along a line extending from near Howell to near South Line to Northville, moving east at 30. Use extra caution if you must travel or through this squall. Rapid changes in visibility, potentially slick roads may lead to accidents. They don't give an accumulation on that. Flint will probably get some snow showers through the day, but accumulations up there will be pretty minimal. Seems like our friends on the Indiana border down there. I see a Sturgis report, and I also heard a report out of Edwardsburg. Overall, accumulations don't seem to be too high down by the border. However, there is a pretty decent band here of snow from about Benton Harbor down into that LaGrange, Indiana area. So we'll include this area too. But those individual spots there will probably be the heaviest. Sturgis, you're in some light snow showers there, but the heaviest is off to your west currently.
I see a wall of white about half a mile in front of me. I don't know if the stream can see it too. But I went from basically no snowflakes, sunny skies, and I just drove a half mile, and it's already starting to get cloudy right now. So, like Ryan mentioned, these aren't as kind of potent as we were thinking, but currently as of now. But you're still going to have those rapid changeovers, especially here on the highway. I've been trying to avoid the highways mainly. That's where the majority of the accidents have been reported, and whenever you're driving, you always want to be on the caution side of caution. Try to go under the speed limit. That's why I've been kind of taking a lot of these side main roads, kind of in southern Kent County, where I could kind of control my speed and won't have to worry so much about other drivers. So I know not everyone can avoid that, but uh, like I like we've mentioned before, it does not take a lot of snow to cause a lot of problems.
No, it doesn't. And somebody made a comment on the page last night that I really agree with. I forgot the name. So if you're watching, I appreciate you for commenting this. But the differences between 3 inches of snow and 6 inches of snow is quite minimal in terms of impacts. So whether there's 3 inches of snow on the road or 6 inches of snow, impacts are the same. Slick roads, slick sidewalks. I mean, there's not much difference. I see a comment in here asking how much snow will Milford get out of the lake effect. So currently for Milford, Uh, we have Milford in a zone of 1 to 3 total on the borderline of 2 to 4. It's going to really depend on if any of those dominant bands from the west side can really set up shop and continue to the east side. We'll have to keep an eye on that through the day. Right now, though, there's a pretty decent snow squall close to you guys over there. I couldn't find Milford. I know it's up there. I'm familiar with the area. I just can't find it on the map. Up here by Wixom. There you are. You're just north of the heaviest snow squall, but still you're in that squall right about here. Heaviest is off to your south, moving away from you. But you will still get some snow showers through the day. I'm probably going to say 1 to 3 would be a good guess for you. Hey Ryan, looks like the snow is starting to pick up. Bands starting to become more potent in Southwest Michigan. I wouldn't say that just yet. I just noticed up here by Muskegon, there's a little bit of a band taking shape that we want to see these types of bands mature and grow to really dump those significant amounts that we were expecting. So far, that has not happened. So let's just see how it evolves through the morning here and go from there. I wouldn't really say there's any official snow bans in Southwest Michigan just yet. It's more so just scattered light to moderate snow showers that have accumulated over time. Jenna, they should be better by tomorrow afternoon, especially by Sunday. I mean, there's going to be a break of lake effect snow. It's not going to snow continuously for 5 days. So there's going to be breaks between. I think tomorrow afternoon and evening will be good for plows to get out and clear. Sunday, I would expect snow to pick up just a bit, but it should be a pretty good travel day overall Sunday as well. Yes, it's likely going to snow all day in West Michigan and also northern lower as well. If you're in a lake effect belt, you're going to get snow pretty much all day today. And on Drew's camera there, we can definitely tell the flakes have increased in intensity and size. And his current location is just south of Kentwood. Basically, for those of you familiar, south of Kentwood near Byron Center, north of Door. Yeah, Skylar, I'd say today is the biggest impact day in the short term. I do think there's a few days we keep an eye on. Monday, perhaps a day to keep an eye on for northern Michigan. I'm going to go back to the model here. I have not looked at latest data, so that may have changed as well. But I think it's going to snow off and on next couple of days until we get to that Tuesday time frame, and then a
Ryan,
clipper
it's getting pretty
system.
bad now. This is probably the most intense I've had it all morning.
Okay, a clipper system also looks to move through Tuesday, Wednesday, so that could dump a few inches on us as well. So
Visibility's down to about a quarter of a mile here.
are we feeling a white Christmas this year? Too far out to say that for sure. I think the pattern is supportive. I think though we're going to turn to a more, I'm not going to say warm, but perhaps milder pattern mid to late December. So as of now, I'm going to say 50-50, but I'm leaning more so towards no. It's way a month out yet, so that's just my extremely early prediction.
We got another car off to the side here.
I see it.
It might. Yeah, it's right there. No one's inside. It might have been the one that we saw earlier on, Ryan.
Perhaps.
So can't verify that fully. But no one's in the vehicle, so I would assume it's the same one we saw earlier. So one of the two accidents that I reported.
Looked outside, got 3 to 4 inches in eastern Allegan County. I'm not surprised by that. Now, the forecast we had out for Allegan was 5 to 12 for today. So it looks like we're about to verify the low end of that if we get to get that 5 inch point. There's already 3 to 4 on the ground. So it looks like the forecast we have out is going to verify here between at least. But the higher end of those totals are beginning to look a little bit more unlikely. So perhaps adjustments could be made here to kind of shorten the higher end from 12 maybe down to like 8 or 9 perhaps. Elliot, I will let our chasers answer that question. I'm not going to give out where they're at exactly or what vehicles they drive just for safety reasons. I don't We've had some people in the past try to tag along and follow us, and we're not fans of that at all. So we typically like to keep that information more so private. Well, Drew fixes his wipers there. I got a couple of snow bands heading my way here. I got a live cam set up. This is what it looks like in northern Lenawee County. I know just a few miles to my north, though, the roads are snow covered. It's got like an inch or two of snow on the ground. So this is what goes to show you that sometimes in these lake effect events, very isolated, localized areas could see a couple inches, but a few miles to your south, it could be like me with just a dusting. So that's the nature of these lake effect events. But I'm looking at the downstream radar here. I got some snow squalls heading my way, so we'll see if I can. I want the grass covered. That's my goal for today. I want to see the grass covered. And yes, this is this the green is just showing intensity, but it is falling as snow. So we can actually see the heaviest bands here on radar. You see those yellows, that's your heavier bands of snow. And it should correlate well to precipitation depiction, which is the winter weather radar. You can see the heavier snow there in the white color. But we utilize both. So just because it's green, it's not rain, it is still snow. It just kind of helps us pinpoint where the heaviest is. You can definitely tell over here. You can see that heavier band of snow where that's at in comparison to the preset mode. So yeah, Elliot, I don't mean to be rude about it, but we've had many times where we've had more than once actually this year. We've had people try to follow us, and we're not about that. I live in Berrien County. Thinking of heading up to Grand Rapids after lunch. Normally would go up 196. Would it be safer to go 94, 131? That's a tough question. Um, I think it depends on when you leave and the road conditions at that time because plows are going to be out throughout the day. Honestly, I would almost go 196 just because it's close to the lakeshore. You may have better luck with the road conditions there. I know 131 has been a complete mess since last night with accidents all over the place. So if I were in your shoes, I would go 196 instead of 131. Looking at the drive map, I would also think that agrees. I think 131 it 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 it's yellow, red compared to 96, it's mostly green to yellow. So if I were you, I'd go 196 if you're gonna go at all. We got Drew back.
Working my way towards Door, Michigan, which is in northeast Allegheny County. There's a little bit more open field terrain out there, and I haven't been to any fields yet, see anything crazy with winds, but at times with these lake effect bands. So I'm kind of curious to see if there will be any wind-driven snow at times. So I'm going to check that out here once we get into Allegan County.
Hey, I'm muted. I just realized I'm muted. But we're saying that looking at the drive map here, trying to find anything interesting, and so far I cannot. But I was also going into our coverage of hurricane, let's say Milton in Florida. Florida has the best network of road cameras that are live streams that I've ever seen. I wish we had that in Michigan because that would make coverage of this a whole lot easier. But luckily, we do have cameras. They're not live rolling. They're just still images every couple minutes. Feel free to send your reports into our group, Michigan Weather Reports. It is a group, not a page. It is a group on Facebook. I actually have not looked at it this morning, so I'll go ahead and hop in there right now and see if anybody's pending or anybody's posted or anything like that. But basically, snow reports, measurements, road conditions, all that jazz. I'd put it in our group there, and we have a couple. Looks like. And also feel free to comment on our posts today if you have pictures or anything, reports, measurements, whatever of snow. Awesome. We'd love to see them. Feel free to send those into us. Visibility is 100 yards max currently in Vicksburg. So Vicksburg, not surprised by that. Looks like some of these bands are starting to intensify just a bit. So that's not surprising. Lots of reports out there this morning that roads are complete ice underneath the snow. So please take it easy. That goes for the east side as well. Trisha asks, "What map are you using for road conditions?" So this map is actually publicly available for everybody to use. It's just we utilize it a lot. It is known as the M.Dot Drive map. I'll share my screen here. And I went over this a little bit ago here in stream, but I'll go over it again for those of you just tuning in. This is a map you can hop on yourselves and also click on cameras, snow plows, it tells you where accidents are at, the whole nine. Awesome, awesome tool here from the state of Michigan that we utilize. So, for example, gives you the road conditions here, the road, at least traffic flow. So if I'm in Detroit, I can see I want to travel 96 through Detroit to Howell. Well, I'm going to see it's red and orange. It's going to tell me it's pretty bad. Whereas 94 from Ann Arbor to Jackson looks okay. The stretch near Chelsea, Dexter, Grass Lake, that looks to be okay to travel. There's also layers for construction, snow plows, and all that jazz. You can click on cameras and say, okay, well, there's 94 at Garvey Road, for example, looks clear. Of course, I can't tell if there's ice there, but use your best judgment. But it's pretty cool. Tells us a lot of information here. And the snow plows are named too. So if you want a good chuckle, click on some of these plows. Like this one's called Control Salt Delete. Nuevo River Roadster is what this one's named. Derek Sleeter, after the Derek Jeter MLB player. So it's Baby Snowda. That's a funny. That's pretty funny. So I gotta admit these names are pretty clever. So I think it's Michigan exclusive too. I don't know if any other state does this, but it's pretty cool. Samantha, I'd say what's on the ground now. I'd say expect additional. We're gonna say probably 4 to 7, maybe perhaps 3 to 6 today. I hate to be oh, I hate to give you a wide range, but with lake effect snow, it's almost impossible to get really exact down to a few inches. So low end 3 inches, high end 6 or so. I'd say would be a good guess. What does the yellow outline mean? Are you talking on my radar? If you're talking about on my radar there up in the top left, the tan yellow box on the right side of your screen is a special weather statement issued from Detroit National Weather Service. That is due to lake effect snow, a squall, so to speak, that has traversed the state and is now affecting some metro, more populated areas. 23 north from Brighton to Heartland, there are many, many people in the ditch. Thank you, Aubrey, for that report. That goes along with that latest snow squall that just went through there. So, not surprising to hear that at all. And it just seems like people forget how to drive in these first events of the year. So that's going to be the common theme, unfortunately, throughout the day. That is some pretty decent snowfall there on Drew's camera. Going off that report on 23 North, looking at the drive cam, there is a lack of cameras between um, Brighton and Flint, but we do have a couple of plows there near Heartland, and you can tell the roads up there are definitely not good. Most of these cameras are actually caked in snow. You can't even see them. Drew's location is currently Allegan County, Kent County line, just south of Kentwood, north of Door. So on a map, going to take the radar here full. On a map, he is this green dot right there.
Ryan, I've been noticing that band by the Muskegon County area in Holton has been kind of staying there for a while. Do we have any like
Mhm.
snow reports on totals there?
I do not, but I'm sure chat might be able to help us here. So anybody, go ahead and take radar here and just kind of show you guys what we're talking. So we're looking at this band in Muskegon County that's down here now into the northern Kent County area. If you guys live in that circle I just drew from Muskegon County over into Kent County, northern Kent County, if you guys got reports of snowfall out of that area, it'd be great to know. Casanova, Rockford, Sparta, Ravenna, Holton, Bridgeton, Ashland, this general area along this snow squall. There's a trace amount on the ground this morning in Davison. Wasn't expecting that. I believe we had Davison in the race to 2 or 1 to 3 contour, if I'm not mistaken. Go ahead and double check that. Yeah, we had to do in a trace to 2, so that's not surprising at all. Appreciate all you guys hopping in here, hanging out with us this morning. We typically don't really do many live streams for lake effect snow, but this was expected to be more of a bigger event. So we wanted to get our our feet wet, so to speak, this winter with our coverage. We'll do this for more impactful events. We won't do it for every snow event, no, but we'll be on
Car in the
here.
ditch. Car in the ditch. I might need to check on them here. Here, I'm gonna do that quick.
Okay.
Can pull over here.
While Drew does that, we'll go ahead and take radar back over here. But we'll be live throughout the winter for major or bigger events. Yes, absolutely. But like little 1 to 3 events, 2 to 4, 3 to 6, probably not so much. So I have a lot of questions here in chat asking about the expected snowfall throughout the day today. And I do think the forecast that we made yesterday evening, is still valid. I would adjust it to bring down the higher totals just a bit. I'll bring it up here for you guys to look at. Give me a second to pull it in here. Man, how many posts did we make last night? I'm scrolling way back to find this. There we go. If I switch my screen over here, this was the expectations for today's event. Now, I will say one thing about this, and that is that pink zone in southwest Michigan from Grand Rapids to Battle Creek, the 12 inches, the high end of that range is likely not going to verify if we don't get one of those bigger snow bands to develop, but we expect it to develop by now. So while accumulations on the low end, the 5 inch range are going to probably verify, I wouldn't expect too much on the higher end of that unless we can somehow manage to get a band of a heavier band to develop. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, I can go ahead and show you guys this as well. It looks like Drew's checking on those people.
Hey, Ryan.
And yes,
Yeah, he's okay. He just called in a tow truck driver, so he'll be all right. Yeah, his vehicle is a little damaged up a bit, but he's okay, and that's what matters. So,
okay, cool. So for those of you who don't know about these little bit, or at least I can't talk this morning; it's too early. These snow bands that we're talking about. I'll get a good example of one up here in Sault Ste. Marie. This is a very dominant. You can tell it's localized, it's heavy, and it's long. That is what we want to see for these heavier snow totals to verify in Southwest Michigan that we're not currently seeing. We go down here, kind of compare. We're seeing more of scattered, unorganized bands, perhaps one semi-organized one in Muskegon County. But if we're going to get those heavier snowfall amounts or those higher snowfall amounts over here in this zone, we're going to have to see some dominant bands take shape throughout the day today. So we're going to watch it, but right now it's just not looking likely or imminent. Looks like Drew's back on the road here. How much snow in Kalamazoo? I do not know that answer. I have not seen a single report out of Kalamazoo this morning, but I'm assuming probably about an inch or two, maybe 3 in spots.
I will say, based on some of the country roads I've been kind of on, more in the open field terrain, wind isn't too bad. Some of the snow is blowing, but it's not rapidly reducing visibility, in my opinion. However, definitely noticing that the roads are much more obviously ice covered in these regions than in the city areas, which makes sense because it's, when you have those open fields, open terrain, get that wind across that road, it's a lot quicker for it to freeze over compared to a city where you have buildings, trees, and other objects that may quote unquote limit that potentially.
Drew is driving on the Allegan Kent County line. For those of you familiar, Door and Wayland areas. Vicky says 2 inches in Kalamazoo. Megan says Grand Rapids has 3. That's all not surprising. So, Caitlin, Detroit's snowfall is going to be highly dependent on if we can get any bands of snow to make it that far across the state. We have one currently that is moving through. So, Detroit Metro, all the way up through 96 here toward Brighton, Wixom, Novi, Farmington Hills, Southfield. That should move out. And then again, looking back to the west, it's going to be dependent on how far these snow bands can travel inland. So, later today, I don't expect much in the way of any significant impacts. You should be fine, but do pay attention for any incoming snow squalls that may try to make it over there today. So looking at the radar here, I'm really hoping I get my grass covered here in my house. I live right about here. And I'm looking at this heavier snow squall that's coming just to my north. And I'm looking at that and going, drop south. I want my snow. But I think I'll get it today. I just need to be patient. What's the wind looking like in Kalamazoo? Right now, from my understanding, it is not too bad. 15 miles per hour at max, I'd say. Shouldn't be too much drifting snow today. Vicky, definitely a possibility, especially further north. I would like to see more snow on the ground in West Michigan here before we start worrying about big drifts. But yes, possibility, yes, absolutely. We do have one band that is set up shop. We talked about this briefly a couple times, but this is a very thin localized band here that's set up shop from Muskegon down into north central Kent. So that is one of those bands to keep an eye on for localized heavier mounts. But a good example of this with these snow squalls, you go up to Holton, excuse me, go up to Holton here, you're not going to get much any snow, but down here in Twin Lake, you're getting dumped on. And that's a difference of measure this out. About 4 miles. So 4 miles up the road could have 4 or 5 inches, and in Holton, you're going to have nil. Skylar asked a great question here. Am I going to have to take care of the snow, or is there a warm up coming that's going to melt it all? I hate dealing with snow. So, unfortunately, we're not getting above freezing for a while. It's not going to melt. We may have days where it could start melting, yes, but it's not going to rapidly melt at all. The next couple of days of temperatures, go ahead and pull that up for you guys. Give me a city, Skylar, uh, to go off to base this off of. I'm in Martin. So Martin is just south of Grand Rapids. Let's go ahead and base it out of Grand Rapids. I'll pull this up here real quick to show you guys the temperature forecast for that area. There we go. Pop this bad boy in here. There we go. Stop screen, share screen. Here's your temperature forecast out of Grand Rapids, which is close to Martin there. As you can see, the highest temperature on here is 34 degrees, and that is next Wednesday, December 4th. This snow ain't going anywhere, unfortunately. But I say unfortunately, but honestly, it's going to be good for us to have a snowpack, at least in portions of Michigan. We need the cold, we need the snow. It's good for the ecosystem, good for the environment. It's natural. We need it. It's vital to our system here in Michigan. But yeah, there is your temperature forecast. We're going to be likely flirting with wind chills near zero for tomorrow morning. So that's going to be a big story here. Outside of the snow chances, it's going to be cold. But yes, it's going to be not going anywhere there with the snow. Snowing hard North Muskegon. That aligns well with that snow squall we've been talking about. Heather says that she'll send me all the snow. I don't want all the snow. I just want enough to cover the grass. Could Caledonia see more snow, possibly bigger bands later today? It's a possibility. Yes, absolutely. Or we expected some of these bands to take shape already, but they're not. So that leads to low confidence in them forming overall today. But it still is a possibility. Yes. How hard has Allegan been hit so far? Been in Allendale for Thanksgiving. So Allegan, I've had reports anywhere from 2 to 5 inches in Allegan County. Brandy asks, how do you send stars? So on Facebook, there should be a button in the bottom corner of your chat bubble that should see like a gift, I believe. Click that, it should be stars. And then also asks, are the pay subscriptions available to be paid yearly instead of monthly? So Brandy, that is an option. Yes, it's on Patreon though. Facebook subscription does not give you that option. But if you want to sign up on Patreon, which is what we prefer people to sign up on just because it's better formatted, that would be where we'd send you to do that. I'll send you the link here in chat for you. That's the link to Patreon there. They just got dropped in chat. Getting close to cover the grass in Redford, more snow on the ground than there was an hour ago. Yeah, and Redford's on the you're one of those Detroit metro areas, so you're likely getting the effects of that snow squall moving through, which yeah, you are. Where are you at? You're up here somewhere. I feel stupid because I'm from the side of the state and I can't find Redford. It's like in the Livonia area. Yeah, of course. But yeah, you are right there in that snow squall, so not surprising. I really want this squall to dive further south because I live right about here, and this squall is going to pass just to my north. Got a camera set up there too, so we're going to see it pass up. This is facing north, so we're going to see it pass about 3 inches in Cascade. Okay, drifting in Fenville, strong winds around 30. Thank you, Devin, for that report. Drew is currently deciding what he wants to do in terms of his chase. Again, he is currently in Allegan County. He's considering moving north to intercept that band that's formed in Muskegon County, but he's undecided right now. So we're just kind of talking behind the scenes of what his next plan is. Right now, though, he is in a pretty heavy snow band in Allegan County near Wayland and Dorr. Dawn, likely, yeah, you're going to see some snowflakes today. Traveling from Allegan County to Ford Field today for high school football championships today. Excuse me. Congratulations, though, for your local high school team. I would say 96 is probably going to be your best bet later today. Of course, right now it's a mess over toward Detroit. That should get cleared up if you're just leaving or haven't left yet. That should be cleared up by the time you get over there. I'd say 96 is your best bet. Brighton totals, we have you in, I believe, 1 to 3 or 2 to 4 when all said and done today. Right, you're right in the line of both. So Ryan, you just got moved off the naughty list. Okay, thank you, Don. Appreciate that. Appreciate being moved off the naughty list. Matthew says, I'm from Ludwig County. Nice video. Hello, neighbor. So go ahead and recap this here. I'm probably going to pop out of here soon and let Drew run his stream here. We just wanted to hop on and give you guys some morning coverage and kind of answer you guys' questions. But winter weather advisories in effect for the counties in purple, mainly for West Michigan. It does extend further over to Jackson here. So Jackson, we got Eaton County, Calhoun, Barry, Kalamazoo. Not that. Kalamazoo, Van Buren, Allegan, Ottawa, Kent, Newaygo, Muskegon, Oceana. I'm getting tested here on my knowledge of counties. I want to say Mason, Lake, Wexford. No, Wexford's further north. I can't think of this county name, but that's your winter weather advisories up here. Winter storm warnings in effect up here in the pink boxes for northern lower as look effect snow up there continues. These bands are quite potent in nature. Pretty heavy snowfall there near Gaylord, both north and south of Gaylord. Up here in the UP, Snow continues. Lake effect snow will continue for the next several hours. This band is very impressive heading into Sault Ste. Marie. So Sault Ste. Marie gonna have the highest totals out of anybody in the state, more than likely. Um, but if you're in a snow belt, you're gonna get lake effect snow today. There's no doubt about it. So for right now, though, the heaviest does appear to be in West Michigan near the Muskegon, just north of Muskegon area, with this band that is starting to try to develop. We got Devin back for another month here, and he looks forward to another storm. So thank you, Devin, for coming back for another month. To answer your question, the next system that we're kind of watching outside the next 5 days of lake effect snowfall, we have a clipper system that may move through around the Wednesday timeframe, Tuesday, Wednesday timeframe, that may drop a few inches. It's not going to be anything significant, or at least it shouldn't be anything significant, but it could be enough to drop a few 1, 3, maybe 4 inches in spots. That's the next system to watch. And then another one looks to happen right around December 10th or so. We'll keep an eye on that one as well. Being we're still 13 days away, it's going to be hard to really pinpoint this far out, but we are in an active pattern. I do see multiple systems as a possibility in the coming days and weeks. Going off the IWX radar, Indiana, we have a couple of bands down here in Cass County that look to be quite heavy in nature, from about Three Rivers down to about Sturgis now, over to Elkhart and then north towards South Haven. That looks to be a pretty heavy area now. So Cass County, Southern Van Buren, and then also Western St. Joseph, perhaps getting in on some of the action now as well. Just joining What is with the Box over Detroit, just to watch. Apologies, working on coffee. So the tan box is a special weather statement that is for the snow squall that has moved into Detroit Metro. That brought some low visibility conditions to that area. Heather says, if you don't have Patreon, highly recommend you get it seriously. Thank you, Heather, for that shout out. Appreciate that. We do a lot of exclusive stuff on Patreon, from about daily forecasts. We'll miss a day once in a while, but we'll do breakdowns and also localized snow maps to kind of help you guys pinpoint where exactly things may set up shop. It's a pretty useful tool, I say. But of course, totally optional. We're not going to paywall information. That's just not how we do things. But we do offer more for those who would like to support us. So appreciate that, Heather. How much more could we expect in Calhoun County? So I'm going to say likely the low end 3 inches, high end probably 6 or 7 inches for Calhoun. I think you have higher chances of getting into that 3 to 6 zone on the west side of Calhoun County. The further east you go towards Jackson County, I would expect a little bit less. So depending on where you're at in the county. Good morning, Dawn. Monroe County just got SWS. I did not see that. I saw something come in, but I did not see it pop up on my screen. Go ahead and see if I can find that real quick. That's likely for that incoming snow squall that perhaps is. If I had to guess, they probably put it for Washtenaw, Southern Wayne, and Northern Monroe. I don't see it popping on my screen though. Oh, I see. It's a blanket. So they did Lenawee, Livingston, Macomb, Monroe, Oakland, Washtenaw, Wayne for lake effect snow showers this morning. 1 to 2 inches of snowfall. That's expected. As you can see here in Lenawee, though, not much going on where I'm at. Just off to my north, though, facing north here in this camera, we had that snow squall going to pass close by, but a good distance away. It's about, I'd say, 10, 15 miles to my north. How much snow for Portage today? I'm going to say the same thing. Low end, 2, 3 inches to the high end of 6 or so. And that's in addition to what's fallen already. Yeah, west side of Michigan conditions on the travel today are going to be probably slow going for a lot of you guys over there. We've already had numerous accidents this morning. Last night we had a pile up on 131, just not good travel conditions. Amy, if you have that choice, I would wait for tomorrow, honestly. Um, just because the worst of the conditions are expected today. Tomorrow, at least the plow should have a chance to get out and clear some of those roads for you. So what I'm probably going to do here while Drew decides what he's going to do on his positioning, go ahead and give one more overview. I'm going to pop out of here. I'm going to leave the radar loop up though for you guys. I'm going to double box Drew when he's active. So you're going to know what he's seeing as well. I'll control stuff behind the scenes, but I got work to do. I got maps to make and stuff to update. So I want to get going on that before too late. So I'm going to pop out of here and I will see you guys here in a few minutes. We'll go ahead and double box this to Drew. We'll go and leave that up right now. We'll keep an eye on Drew. So just a quick overview before I do hop off here. Lake effect snow will continue throughout the day today for West Michigan and also northern lower in the UP. Further east, you could see some snow squalls try to push inland. We have already seen it this morning. So be prepared for rapidly changing conditions out there. Accumulations should be most of the accumulations today will be stuck to our lake effect snow belts in West Michigan, northern lower, and the UP. With that being said, we are going to pop out. We'll run radar here on a full screen. And when Drew comes back, we'll go ahead and double box him with radar so you guys can watch what he's seeing.
So, for anyone that's tuned in currently to the live stream right now, this is Drew speaking. I'm in Eastern Allegan County in the Door region, and been noticing some intense snowfall rates currently picking up on radar. Getting some intense. The snow band that is in my area is starting to intensify a bit. So I'm probably going to be staying around this region and just kind of monitor road conditions as well as snow accumulation. So if anyone's planning to travel specifically on US 131 through this stretch, I would highly recommend taking it slow, if not try to avoid that highway. We've been getting some pretty intense snowfall rates, easily half-inch plus per hour for probably the past 15 minutes here, roughly. So um, we'll see what happens here. We'll continue to monitor the situation, and yeah, we'll have you guys covered. So stay safe, everyone. For those that are wondering, I'm heading towards the North Door region where there's some intense lake effect snow bands, and I think that's where a decent amount of lake effect snow has accumulated recently. So we are going to check out that area for those that are wondering. Measured about 4 inches of snow on the grass in Door, Michigan. Some spots have gotten close to 5. I think it's some of these lake effect bands based on what I've seen. So definitely, I think underperforming, which is great in terms of snow totals. But once again, 4 inches, 1 inch, they all will impact in terms of driving. I've seen multiple accidents, multiple people in the ditch mainly. I haven't seen any car to car accidents. So, yeah. I'll try my best, guys, to look at comments, but I'm gonna let Ryan do the majority of that. I'm gonna be focusing driving here and just reporting conditions. So I won't really be able to answer a lot of your questions, but I'm sure Ryan or anyone that's behind the scenes can answer those questions, maybe through sending a message or something like that. Um, so yeah, enjoy the video here, guys, and yeah, we'll see what happens. What's up, guys? I'm gonna give another update here. Right now I'm in northern Allegan County. I'm on a dirt road. I'm going pretty slow, so I can look at some of your comments here. I saw a comment about how US 131 is between Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. I personally haven't gone onto it. There are some pretty heavy lake effect snow bands that are over the highway. So you can go on the highway. I just would highly recommend going slow. I've been trying to avoid the highways mostly just for my own personal safety. I believe it's going to be safer if I just stay more on these side roads here, kind of like what you're seeing right now. Um, but we've had multiple locations see for sure 3, if not 4 inches in northeast Allegan County, which would be in between Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids, kind of like the Wayland Door area. That's where I'm at roughly. Um, so yeah, how much snow's Wayland, Allegan County? I've been picking up in the grassy areas and Door about 4 inches of snow, 4 maybe 5. So we're kind of on the outskirts of the band right now. We're starting to get into it. We'll be approximately inside the band in about less than 3 minutes. So thankfully the wind hasn't been too intense. Roads have been terrible, but it could have been worse if we had, especially those wind gusts, a little bit stronger than what they are right now. So there's a lot of positive sides in regards to what's all happened so far this morning. believe, guys, we're entering the heaviest part of the snow band here. Stream doesn't really pick it up well, but snowfall rates are definitely at, for sure, half an inch per hour. Very slushy conditions out here, too. This band keeps uh, uh, and for those that are wondering where I'm specifically talking about, that is in the West Michigan side. Wow. Okay, we are really getting intense lake effect here, guys. Visibility is probably down to a quarter mile right now. Sheesh, this might be the lowest it's been all day for me, guys, in terms of driving. I've been driving on the roads since about 6 in the morning, 6:30. Wow, this is really intense, guys. Really heavy lake effect snow. Really big flakes, too. Wow, okay. Visibility is rapidly dropping here, guys. I'm going to have to start slowing down more. Got a parade of cars behind me, too, but gotta do whatever is the safest option. Yeah, very intense snowfall rates, guys. This is probably 1 to 2 inch per hour snowfall rates what I'm getting right about now. I don't have an exact location to give you guys either. This is like right on the Ottawa Allegan County borderline, as well as Kent, around the area. The wind's starting to pick up too, which that's not a good thing because especially with heavy snowfall rates, if you get that wind speed to kick up, especially along the fields, that can rapidly reduce visibility. And we're kind of seeing that right now. Like I said, guys, this is the most intense lake effect snow I've seen so far of this morning. If you're watching at home, these are conditions that are widespread just in regions. Highways like US 131. So just keep that in mind if you're traveling on that road, highway, I mean, as well as Interstate 196 as well. So it's just those occasional heavy bands. If you guys are watching earlier on the stream, we had, full visibility across the horizon, and then a span about 5 minutes, the conditions rapidly deteriorated. So that's really the main impact and hazards that we're seeing. That's why a lot of accidents have been happening today. For those that are wondering, I think Ben, another chaser, is also out too. I think he's disc golfing right now. Just like that, our snowfall conditions have just all of a sudden disappeared. We went from about quarter mile visibility to now about a mile, just like that, in about a few minutes. So that's how quickly these road conditions are quickly changing here. And my stream is not adapting to it. I've got a lot of water in front of my stream right now. I'm gonna take a left here, actually. I'm going on 84th Street Avenue. Heather, I would say, back there, like about 3 minutes ago, visibility was probably down to a quarter of a mile in that really intense lake effect band. Right now, it's probably 3/4 to a mile, probably. So, and this is once again in northern Allegan County, southern Ottawa County right now. Kind of a local chase for me. Don't want to go too far today, mostly just because the majority of the lake effect bands are pretty consistent. There's not really a band that really sticks out in the West Michigan area. It's a little bit different in the Gaylord and UP, where you just are having these dominant lake effect bands that are dumping almost a foot of snow, if not over that already. We really haven't seen that in West Michigan, thankfully. So, going about 30 miles an hour, by the way. I haven't gone over 40 for really the whole entire time, this whole entire morning, really. So, yeah, a lot of these roads are ice covered or slushy. I haven't really found a single road where it's completely cleared out. I mean, I haven't been on any highways or roads that are more trafficked, so I can't really say that for every single road. But I'm on a pretty busy road here, and it's definitely not fully cleared. So it's gonna be the case throughout the rest of this morning and afternoon, and then our snowfall rates will die down during the evening, and yeah, then road conditions will improve with that as well. We're going back in the band again, guys. The band's kind of like a northwest to southeast band, so we kind of went out of it, and now we're going kind of straight into it now. We might be in this band for a while, so there's really not a lot of towns either. I'd like to find a spot where I could stop and kind of figure out where the heaviest of this band is, or find an area to pull over to see how much snow is on the ground. But out here in northern Allegan County, there's really not a lot of towns out here where you can do that. Once you get into Ottawa County, there's a lot more. You got Hudsonville, Jenison, Zealand, Byron Center, and Kent County. Yeah. For those that are wondering, we probably have like a inch of snow on the roadways here at most. Not seeing anything more than that. Maybe 2 inches. Looks like we have a really heavy snow band kind of up ahead on the horizon here, guys. If any of you guys are watching from Muskegon County, kind of like the Fulton area, with that lake effect band, uh, let me know how much snow has fallen there. I've been kind of keeping an eye on that band and looks pretty intense at times, and I may check that band out potentially. So I'm just kind of curious about how many people are where the snowfall totals for that area. Yeah, visibility's dropping down, probably down to half a mile. Might be less than half a mile, honestly. Look at all the white that's being picked up too. I mean, we're in open field territory, so that kind of helps depict on what the visibility really is out here. So I haven't seen anyone in the ditch or an accident in a hot second. I saw like three or four of them around the Byron Center area, Southern Kent County. I haven't seen a lot out here, thankfully. One person I had to check up on was in the ditch. He was okay. The other three that I saw were all cops who were kind of associated with it. So Grand Lynch, half an inch of snow. That makes sense. These bands are going to be, kind of distributed evenly, I would say. So you're going to have variations, a lot of variations, depending where you're at. And me as a storm chaser, I'm trying to find the worst snow bands, heaviest snowfall rates to just report to you guys. So I have a tendency of kind of always overstating it. So my apologies with that. Doesn't mean if I see 4 or 5 inches, that doesn't mean you guys see 4 or 5 inches. So Cadillac whiteout, I believe it. Those snow bands up there are no joke. Been in this band for about 5 minutes, and visibility's been about half a mile the whole entire stretch. All right, let's see. We're about 1 mile south of Jamestown, guys. That's the best I can do for location.
All right. I was giving an update for the past like 3 minutes, and I guess I wasn't even in here, but I'm in here
Oh,
now.
all
Um,
right.
I just wanted to pop in here and just say that we are getting a little bit heavier band now in Van Buren and then southwestern Kalamazoo, northern St. Joseph County. This is picking up intensity here. Going over further east, we're seeing these lake effect bands continue. Southern Washtenaw, southern Wayne, northern Monroe County, getting a decent lake effect squall right now as that pushes east southeast. So places like Milan, go ahead and animate this. We have Milan here. Looks like Milan's gonna be impacted. We're gonna have looks like Huron Charter Township, Ash Township. So 275, I-75, and also US 23 being impacted right now by this. And also further by Detroit, we're getting those major interstates through Detroit impacted. Right now, we're getting close to Warren, 94 and 696. That's going to be the most impactful areas. Going a bit further north of Grand Rapids, we still have a few areas of a little bit heavier, perhaps banding of snow, but the real significant bands continue to be up further north. This is what we kind of want to see in West Michigan to get some higher amounts possible. We see these really thick, really healthy bands here in northern lower here by Gaylord. That's going to be what's going to dump your very significant amount of snowfall rates. Also, Sault Ste. Marie up here is continuing with their significant band of lake effect snow here. They actually reported a 24-hour snow total just a little bit ago of 23 inches of snow out of this system, with much more to come. So Sault Ste. Marie going to be at least probably close to probably 3, maybe 4 feet of snow in some spots, if I had to guess, which is significant for them. But luckily, further down here in the Lower Peninsula, we're going to be looking at the most highest accumulations up here in this zone we forecasted. I think it was like 8 to 12 or so. And that looks to be the case here as this lake effect snow continues to dump up there. Then Southwest Michigan is going to be dependent on if we can get some more organized bands, but I do think the low end of our forecast is still on track. So we'll keep an eye on things, and I'll let you go back here to Drew. We're going to dual pane this as a 4 panel look for you guys, so you can watch all 3 cameras at once here from our chasers who are out in the field. I'll go ahead and pop back out of here, and I'll pop back in a few minutes if need be. Yeah, so I'll see you guys here in a second.
For those that are wondering where I'm at, Drew here talking, by the way. I am just south of Hudsonville, right along that Allegan Ottawa County line. So that's where I'm currently at. those wondering, I'm heading north right now, towards the Hudsonville area. Oh, hello there. If anyone's planning to go north or south on any Allegan County road, um, the winds are more from the west to east, so you will have more intense winds that could make visibility a little bit lower. So if anyone's traveling in like any open field terrain, just be mindful of that. So the main reason why we aren't chasing the lake effect bands in the Gaylord area, in northern lower Michigan and the UP is mainly just because I have to be, I have other priorities I need to take care of at home in West Michigan. I live in West Michigan, so um, I have other things I need to do today. And it's just the distance that can be a pain. There'd be a time where I'd like to go to the UP or the Gaylord area to chase some lake effect snow. It's really hard with scheduling and stuff. So that's the main reason why at least I'm not up there. This is just gonna be more of a local chase, so that explains your question.
Going to go ahead and give you guys an update here. We lost Drew. He's going to be looking at some roads and some other plans of his chase here. But I wanted to highlight a few people who have donated super chats here. I see Red Dozer, $50 super chat. Typical lake effect in Allegan County. Sun tries to make an appearance. All of a sudden, it's pouring snow. That is very typical of lake effect. Not surprised by that at all. So thank you for that, Red. Going back up here, I see Brian Stahl. Thank you, Brian, with $2 super chat. Appreciate that as well. I'll pop my radar back out here and talk about some of these areas here. So we have a pretty potent lake effect snow band um, that is setting up shop here from southern Van Buren into southern Allegan into Van Buren County through southwestern Kalamazoo into north, or let's call it northern Cass County there. That's the heaviest band of snow in West Michigan that I currently see. Taking it off the IWX radar, you can really see it picking up intensity there. Ben will be joining us here momentarily with his stream again. He's reporting heavy snow, US 131 south of Kalamazoo. Not surprised by that at all. Going further north here for another radar update, we're still seeing those really potent lake effect bands. We want to see these types of bands in Southwest Michigan. I'm talking about that for for the entire stream this morning so far. We've been looking at these bands that have not taken shape yet in Southwest Michigan. These are really healthy bands up here in northern lower. That's what we want to see for heavy lake effect snow, and also up here in the UP as well. We're getting some really good banding going on, especially by Sault Ste. Marie here. That's going to be the heaviest. But overall, we're just not seeing that take shape yet, at least in Southwest Michigan, which is leading to a little bit lesser accumulations, but still going to fall within that range that we forecasted. We had 5 to 12 for the heaviest zone. It's probably going to be about 5 to 9, honestly, when all said and done. They just updated the advisory. They say additional 1 to 4 inches is possible for the advisory area, and that's less if you go toward Jackson County, about 1 to 3, about 1 to 3 expected over there. But do expect additional accumulations throughout the evening, or wow, I'm tired, afternoon and evening throughout today. Snow will taper off for West Michigan here by tomorrow morning. Up in northern lower and UP, you will likely be having lake effect snow off and on throughout the entire weekend. This is the first round of potential multiple rounds of lake effect snow. We have additional chances throughout Tuesday for West Michigan as well. So additional accumulations are possible. I'd say likely between uh, tomorrow and Tuesday as well. So this is not all we're going to get. We're going to get more eventually here in the future too. This is currently a live radar stream. We're waiting for Drew and Ben to connect back with us. But overall, we're going to run this on a radar loop here. And once they're back in, or add them back into the stream and get them back and pulled up. But we're doing a lot of comment watching and just keep an eye on the page and also your guys' reports and messages flowing in. So that's what we're doing behind the scenes here. We're about to put a post out for those of you watching who follow us on Facebook. We're about to put a post out with just a little bit of update about our forecast we made yesterday. Everything looks on track currently, minus 2 areas. And that area is number 1, Sault Ste. Marie, localized higher amounts possible in the UP. I kind of thought that was going to happen to begin with. And then the second area we just talked about in Southwest Lower Michigan, where perhaps lesser amounts would be likely end up over there where we forecasted 5 to 12 will likely be on the lower end, perhaps 5 to 9 when all said and done. But those are the only two major changes. Major changes. Everything else appears to be on track here. With that being said, I'm going to pop back out and I'll look for Drew and Ben to pop back in here and I'll get them back out of the stream. But for now, I'll run the radar on loop here and it'll be a radar stream until they hop back in.
What's up, guys? Drew here, just giving an update. Right now, I'm planning to go towards Muskegon County. There's a pretty heavy lake effect band that's been kind of sitting over just south of Holton, southwest of Bridgeton. So I'm going to kind of see how those road conditions are, as well as the lake effect snowfall rates, and we'll kind of monitor those conditions here for a bit, and then probably head back south. Allegan County, Ottawa County looks to be more of just multiple small lake effect bands with intense marks, but it seems like that Muskegon County band is pretty intense. So we're gonna check that out here, and we'll see what we find. For those wondering, I'm in the Hudsonville area, Hudsonville, Michigan, right now. And I'm going to be working my way north towards Muskegon County, where there's that heavy lake effect band. So currently in Hudsonville, heading north.
Yeah, pretty done by the time I got there. So yeah, they rode. Um, job done. All right, let's take a right. Turn green just for me. Yay. Everyone's looking ahead.
I muted again, so let's try it again. So the audio you guys are hearing is Ben. He connected his stream here so we can hear his audio on his side of things. But he's looking right at the snow squall in Kalamazoo County. Go ahead and take a radar look at this real quick. Looks like Aaron is there too, looking south there towards that snow squall. It's pretty heavy, and looking on the MDOT drive cameras in the Kalamazoo Portage area, uh, this is probably the heaviest squall we've seen yet today here in Southwest Michigan. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up the radar from Grand Rapids here for you real quick. Got Drew back in here now as well. So there we go. This area in particular, from roughly Holland down through Kalamazoo County over into Branch County now, this whole entire area, especially this particular zone right here, is getting the heaviest snow as of this moment. Now, that is going to be training over this area for a good while here. So perhaps a few inches of accumulation out of this if it continues. But that is going to be where the heaviest of snow is going to be falling. And unfortunately, I cannot show you guys that camera in Kalamazoo um, just because we don't have permission to share it per se. But I can tell you the snowfall rates here in this area are quite heavy, and also the road conditions are deteriorating. In fact, I was going to pull up the drive cam here, the drive map, to share with you guys. This is the current state of things through Kalamazoo. Looking at a few of the road conditions, you can just tell there it's almost, I'm not going to say white out, but you can definitely tell visibility is low there, probably close to a quarter mile via MDOT plows here. You can just see how the visibility here is quite low at times. So if you're in the Kalamazoo area 94, you can please take it easy. This is typically where we start seeing these pileups start to happen, and I really do not want to have to report on those. So we already had one last night. Let's not have two in one day. That's all I'm going to say. Let's go ahead and take everybody back here full, and I'm going to pop back out. Looks like Drew's heading north toward Muskegon. That particular band up further north. Ben and Aaron are heading more so south towards that squall in Kalamazoo County. I'm going to pop out of here. I'll be behind the scenes monitoring things, and I'll take people full as need be. Well, I'm back here, guys. I wanted to give you all an update really quickly here on the drive map. There is one location that I want to bring to your attention in particular. This is US 131 at West East Avenue, which is just north of the Kalamazoo City, just outside of town here. This is pretty much zero visibility right now on US 131. So if you're heading 131 or 94 in the city of Kalamazoo, or anywhere around Kalamazoo, this is a I'm not going to say a dangerous situation, but it's a very hazardous situation if you're out and about on the roads here, as visibility is basically near zero there, according to the camera here. I'll try and get this overlaid here as a full screen look for you guys. I think I might be able to do it just to give you guys a bigger look. Yeah, here we go. That's your camera view on US 131 north of Kalamazoo. Pretty much near zero visibility. So just wanted to point that out. Looking around the city, it's all the same here. The the visibility is definitely dropping. There's Sprinkle Road there, 94 and Sprinkle, 94 Westnedge. It's a heavy lake effect band there. Let's go ahead and take our chasers back here. I know Ben and Aaron are going to be uh, in it or at least close to it here pretty soon. So go ahead and pop back out of here and let them do their thing.
What's up, guys? This is Drew here, just giving a quick update. Almost at Coopersville, visibility is rapidly dropping with this lake effect snow band, and like Ryan was mentioning earlier, I am working on my way towards the band in Muskegon County.
Well, you can't really say anything up there.
Oh,
I must say, watching Ben have some fun out there is making me kind of jealous. But I just want to pop in here, give you guys an update real quick. And I don't have a screen share. All right, let's fix that. Let's roll. All right, cool. So current conditions across Michigan, we have these lake effect bands continuing across West Michigan. There's a pretty potent band that stretches from southern Calhoun County all the way back up through Kalamazoo County, all the way up into Van Buren and Allegan counties. That's your heaviest, although showers continue further north here towards Muskegon. This band up here by Muskegon is dumping quite a bit, according to our partner chaser Drew, who was up there reporting several inches of snow. Further to the east, we have a problem. Both radars are down. We do not have radar data for Detroit or the east side of Michigan. We do have a radar over here from Ontario we can kind of utilize, but it doesn't really give us a good spectrum for these low topped snow showers. So Detroit radar is down. It says we'll be going down for PMIs until 1530Z, which 1530Z would be 1030. So I'm not sure why they put that old timestamp on this. I mean tomorrow, but we don't have data from either the airport radar or the Detroit radar. So that's unfortunate. Going further north, we do have winter storm warnings in effect for a good chunk of northern lower Michigan. I don't want velocity. I would like winter weather. There we go. These are pretty hefty lake effect bands here. Gaylord at Otsego Lake is getting the worst of it right now. That is going to continue throughout the afternoon and evening tonight. And that is why we have forecasted, I believe it was a 5 to 12 zone up there. Would not be shocked if we had locally higher amounts, close to 16 inches up here when all is said and done. I'm seeing some reports and comments from Gaylord area, around the Gaylord area, not just in Gaylord, but like around the general area of already 8 to 9 inches on the ground. And then some reporting almost a foot already on the ground there with these lake effect bands continuing for several more hours. We could definitely see some locally higher totals than what we forecasted. Up here in the UP, that lake effect band we've been watching for the past several hours since the stream started 5 hours ago. Sault Ste. Marie, this very hefty lake effect band here continues to dump on the northeastern side of the UP towards Sault Ste. Marie. So that's going to be fun to see what they end up with. Like we talked about before, Sault Ste. Marie reported 23 inches of snow in a 24-hour period. So we could definitely end up with 3 or more feet of snow when all is said and done. Further to the west, winter storm warnings continue. Lake effect snow bands. This one's a pretty hefty band now near Munising up here. That's going to be another one to watch here. But overall, this is the area we expected. I believe we had forecasted 10 to 20 or so, I believe, inches of snow, which looks like it's going to verify more than likely, if not overachieve just a little bit. The UP likes to do that. Further to the west, we don't really have radar data over here, which is unfortunate, but we do have some reports out of the Houghton County area of significant snowfall already ongoing from lake effect. We can't see it because it's so low top, but it is over there happening. With that being said, go ahead and take our chasers back as full screen, and I'll hop back out of here and give you guys an update here in the next couple of minutes. We got Drew trying to connect with us here in Muskegon County. Service is kind of bad though, but he's reporting some pretty good snowfall. Drew, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so currently, just around the Muskegon County, Newaygo County borderline, just southwest of Bridgeton, we have approximately 11 inches. You see how deep it is? Some pretty narrow band of lake effect kind of hovering area, and it's still snowing too in this region. So that just shows kind of how the power of lake effect, and we haven't really had all this where we've had snow totals, but yeah, so
Thank you, Drew, for that. You're kind of cutting in and out there with your bad service, but if you missed it, he's reporting right around 10 to 11 inches in his location, which is right in the Muskegon County line there near Holton, Ashland, Fremont area, just north of Wolf Lake. That's where he's currently at. And so there's significant snowfall there in the past 12 or so hours. And it looks like it, yeah, definitely some deep snowfall there. So Muskegon County getting some good impacts with this for sure. We still see Ben out there as well, having some fun on 94. We have Aaron as well in the Kent County area. The heaviest of snow right now, I would believe, is currently in Kalamazoo County along 94. That's where it looks to be. Although I think any of these snow bands now are starting to pick up some intensity, so it's going to be localized in and out of the heaviest bands as we move through the day today. So do prepare for that. We got a lot of still cams in here. We got Chandler, we got Nick, we got myself, all within their respective counties. We also got Aaron, we got Ben, we got Drew in and out. Looks like Drew lost connection here as well. He's in some bad service areas, but we got Ben, Kalamazoo County along 94. We got Aaron in Kent County. So we are rocking and rolling here. I'll go ahead and pop back out and we'll give an update here in a few minutes.
Just to let you guys know, just was in southwest of Bridgeton, Michigan. There is over 11 inches of snow that accumulated right along that Muskegon-Newaygo border, just northeast of Wolf Lake. So a very potent lake effect band did set up in that area, to my suspicion. So it's still snowing there too. So they're likely going to see over a foot of snow once this is all said and done. We'll see how much more they'll get. It's a very narrow corridor. So it's not in really any populated areas. The service is really bad out there. That's why I really couldn't give you guys a lot of updates. So right now I'm heading back inside that band in about 5 to 10 minutes here and see if I can find anything else interesting. So very intense lake effect band that did set up around that region. And I'd say the snowfall rates too were over half an inch per hour still by the time I was leaving. So I, I would say for sure they'll get 12 inches a foot. We'll see how much longer this band is staying, though. It's not near as significant as the bands in Kalamazoo County in southern Michigan, um, but it's still accumulating. So we'll see what happens here. For anyone that can hear me, we're hitting the snow band again, and we're getting to the point where service is going to get really rough here. So just want to show you guys kind of what was all happening and what to all expect with this band. So If I got out, sorry, and ahead of time, I'll have more videos up later.
Alrighty, guys, we're gonna pop in here and we're gonna end the stream here. We'll probably continue the radar coverage on a new stream later this afternoon, but we're gonna go ahead and end our stream here as our chasers are heading back towards home base. So just one quick last look around before we hop off. Looking at the radar here, we do have lake effect snow continuing with many advisories and warnings in effect. The heaviest right now is currently ongoing across the lakeshore counties, a bit further as well inland towards looks like Battle Creek, Calhoun County. Looks like it's getting a good band of snow right there. Continuing onward, east side of Michigan, there's no radar coverage right now on the east side of Michigan. Here at my house, it did start to snow. You can tell just off to the north. You can tell it's a pretty heavy snow band just off to my north here. I don't have radar though to confirm that, so just going to go by user reports and a couple other things we can look at to gauge where snow is falling. We don't have radar data over there, so unfortunately, we have to work around that. But otherwise, going further north, we're looking at the Gaylord region continuing to hammer home these lake effect bands. They'll continue for several more hours, and that's going to be the area we forecasted, roughly 5 to 12 inches. It looks to probably be on the higher end of that. And then also further north in the UP, lake effect snow continues pretty much everywhere except if you're very southern part, like Menominee County or Menominee area, down here by Escanaba as well. You guys are likely not going to get as much snow. But up here, Sault Ste. Marie, Lakeshore counties, lake effect snow continues into the evening, into tomorrow morning as well. So that's your update. We'll see you guys a little bit later on today. We'll probably do a radar coverage stream again. If you guys want it, we'll ask you guys if you want it or not. But other than that, we're going to pop out of here. And thank you for watching our chasers out there covering this first lake effect event of the season. You guys stay safe. We'll see you guys in a little bit.